Eh, alright. Start day. Please start. Oh, I got a message. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are good to go. So this is Adonis, I think is the name of the character. Yes, Adonis. This is the attack that the person did on Roxanne. So we're gonna do similar, I guess. I should probably look at what they have for it. Not bad. Doing okay. Just a little bit sluggish, I guess. So we're doing a drawing, clean line, clean color, minimal shading, and an abstracted pattern background. That is the goal for art drawing today. Also of the half body sort of a deal. So, emotes when you're done? Sure. Why, what's up? What do you need emotes for? What are you doing with the emotes? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by art on Discord. Oh, nice. Distracted heavily. What's going on? What am I doing? I haven't taken my medicine yet. I should take my medicine. I'll be right back. Getting my drugs. Getting my drugs. Also, you guys gotta remind me, I gotta do laundry halfway through this. Wanna spice up the editing? Sure. Here, I will send you the larger full-sized file so that you can resize it, I guess. Because if I give you the small ones, it's gonna be small. Means I have to export them, actually. Sucks I can't mode and use markers? What? What do you mean? Can't mode and use markers. What does that mean? You can use slash commands. Oh. Yes. Okay, cool. Takes care of those. Let's just save this just in case. We turn on the background. That would help. What's it doing? Sending you the things. That should be the full size image for both of them. I hear there's like a little bit of luminosity around it. Anyway. That way it doesn't get pixelated and stuff. Trying to like coordinate what's it called, all of the stuff for the weekend, since my friends are gonna come over I think on Friday. The thing is, I don't care about making a bad drawing. It just sucks because this is supposed to be something special for a friend. Oh wait, what? What? Where'd that come from? I didn't miss any text or chat. Hey, how's it going, Brick? Sorry, I didn't notice earlier. I was distracted heavily by things fully within my control, but that I chose to get distracted by anyway. Just random. I know. And that's kind of the big thing, right? Like, I hardly ever do commissions for friends or anything, or drawings for friends. Because, like, yeah, it's hard, right? You put a lot of pressure on yourself, and it's hard to be like, this is for a friend and they won't notice what I'm noticing, right? Because, you know, when you see it, you notice it, and you're so used to, like, you expect competency out of your friends, right? And so it's one, it sets up a high bar because you want to do something good for them. And two, it sets up a high bar because you really want them to see it as something really good. So it can depend. I'm just going to do some warm-ups on this page. We're going to do some... I just feel like doing... What's it called? Some four-armed criaturas. Not for any particular reason. I just like the gestures of four-armed things sometimes. I don't do them enough, especially with like monsters, right? straight arm. Give us top 5 warm-up drills off the top of my head. Can I say I love watching you live for your art 100%. It's also love watching to hear your voice. It's very calming to me. I'm glad. Yeah. There's a lot going on. Top 5 warm-ups. Honestly, I don't really know a ton of warm-up, right? I have to say my preferred is probably just like the Peter Han line exercises. They're really good for centering everything. We're giving this guy some real stiff arms. Maybe we'll say he's in bonds, right? He's in chains. That's why his arms are so close together. Other than that, I think you can make anything a good warm-up, because all you really need to do is shoot. What is it? All you really need to do is be moving your pen, right? All you're trying to do is make sure that the synapses fire and connect at the same time. So just anything that will get you to think about what you're drawing and when you're drawing it. Pretty decent. So I know a lot of people do figures, like 60-second figure drawings to really get into it. I think that works pretty good for a lot of people. Giving him kind of a dumpy. I don't want him to be that dumpy. That's a boring human leg. I don't want a boring human leg. Give him one big toe and then like maybe 3 smaller toes. We've been robbed of seeing the bakery? What bakery? Oh, the buns. See, like me. I do got a pretty big dumpy, I'm not gonna lie. It does be getting pretty thick back there. Sometimes you just need a little bit of something to activate the memory sticks right in your brain. Start thinking about, okay, well, this is where the like pelvis might be on this imaginary creature. This is maybe where the rib cage is. right? Line up with the lower one. And so when we have this much larger sort of muscle structure here, we're gonna need some additional pectoralis muscles. We can give him kind of like a sad, weary face, because he is in bondage, he is in chains. What do I want to do for the nose? Because sometimes the nose is a great way to like show off. Oh no! Everything's live at once. It's so hard to decide. You should definitely help your friends out. Ears are also something that we could do something with. So maybe they're aquatic to some degree. So that's what these could be. These could be like little flippers in the back. They are semi-aquatic. We can use some different stuff. Especially with the ears here, because everyone always likes to use like fish fins for ears. We can do the nose on the top again. I've done that before. But that's you. Surely there's gotta be someone on that's a better artist than me, or that needs more help than I do. Well, I don't know, I probably need a lot of help, I'm not gonna lie. I shouldn't be turning down assistance or aid wherever I need it. But maybe we have something, because there's this gap that I want to include, right? Maybe it's like a rim breaker or something. Have like the gills coming up and around. That'd be pretty fun. A weird top nose blowhole. And then all throughout the bottom, they've got those. Hey, so how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We want some more muscles here in the neck. What else can we do? I would make the arms stand out a little bit more, because right now they're not doing a great job of standing out. To add a little bit more tone there. Maybe refine this a little bit. We can have this like shape coming out through here, because fish have this like shape in their mouth, right? That kind of extends forward. So I'm thinking that maybe this guy's mouth does something like this, right? Right? So we have this weird sort of like fish mouth coming through. And that's just kind of like when they open up their mouth. And we gotta have the gills in the back here. Definitely helps. Sell this illusion of this creature that's just kind of fucked up. More like masterpiece? No, absolutely not. But it does help think about like forms and shapes and all this stuff. Coming back down to this section, like none of this shoulder area really makes sense. We're just gonna come in and erase it a little bit, right? And then come back in, have it look like this arm is really scrunched into it. Comes over, and then we need to have it link up underneath to the second pectoralis. That one's going to be fully covered up by the other arm. So we need to have the delts coming in underneath. And over top we have the bicep. We can just imply these shapes because we don't, maybe we want them to be really toned, right? They might be really toned, right? Just because they are underwater fish person sort of creature. Well, that shouldn't be happening. Let me turn off my ringtone again. That's interesting. Someone was messaging me on DeviantArt about free art, which I don't mind doing, but they led with see you do a lot of furry art on your DeviantArt, and I'm like, do I? I don't think I have any furry art on my DeviantArt. It would be news to me, so that's why I'm curious. I think does it? Let me double check. What is on my DeviantArt? Ooh, thank you. Oh, I have one cow. I don't know if you could count that other thing as furry art. Interesting. Hey, how's it going, Fatty? It's monster creation. Just doodling some stuff to warm up real quick. Sort of a monster mash, you could say. Was a bit. It was a monster bit. Trying to remember the muscles around that area. Oopsies. I went too far close. There's just the one. And this one connects farther down than I thought it did. Well, no, there is that second one. And this one does just connect down here, sort of a deal. Might be out early, took some cold medicine not too long ago. That's fair. Art trades scam to get free commission. Maybe, we'll see. I'll talk to them. But, oh, I think I have to wait because Maha has moved. I'll escape for you, doggy. You're gonna be on camera. Conveniently doesn't have muscles you don't remember? Well, depends. I like using the human form a lot because it's easy enough to remember and everyone relates to it. You want to make people feel like they understand a creature more? Give it human body parts. Honestly, that's basically it. If you use human anatomy to inform the design of monsters, it makes it very upsetting when people look at a thing that is very clearly not human and they're like, I recognize that. Cool trick for you lads and ladies who want to go out and make monster stuff. Make the monster more human. It really fucks with people. Never escape our keys. It's true. Also, you can also then play into that whole we were the monsters the whole time. Which you get you'll get variable mileage out of that one. The point being, you can't get away from doing human anatomy even if you're trying to make monsters. You just gotta get more comfortable with the fact that humans are just animals, and then see it more as like animal anatomy, maybe. If that helps you. We even see a lot of the shrimp horse. Mm-hmm. Isn't it? The shrimp horse. Schwarsh. It's just rage bait. It depends. Like, you're never going to be in a worse off position by learning something, quite frankly. I think people are trying to find shortcuts when it's faster to not take a shortcut. Sometimes it really does feel like, yeah, I could do all that. Or I could just do the thing. But people do be liking not doing the thing, so here we are. Kind of like that. 3% article. I know. What's it called? Black tea added some, and it came out really nicely. It's really funny. 3%. Like, ooh, let's go. 3%. Maho, maybe we'll someday probably get a steak. You know. I like anatomies like this one because you have to really distort the human form while also playing into it, right? Because I've added an entire segment to the body. People don't really... it's true. People do be liking not do the thing. They always want to be like, nope. We want to do... what if we found a shortcut to drawing the arm instead of having to draw the muscles and the cylinders that make up the arm? And it's kind of just like, okay, but what if you also just drew the arm? Because unless you want the arm to look like a tube for the rest of your life, you're gonna have to learn to draw the arm anyway, right? And I think my personal preference is to know how to draw the thing and then simplify, then instead simplify, then draw the thing. Because you're just learning something twice if you do it that way. A little bit personal. Getting a little touchy on some subjects there. I can see in the chat. I was talking about something a little bit earlier about distorting the form. Because I have to like stretch, manipulate it, right? I have to make this look human and also not human at the same time. So I think it's a fun challenge because I'm finding things that don't make sense here and there. And then I'm adjusting. I'm playing with the form like it's Play-Doh. It'd be a lot of fun like that. So I can think about, why does this thing look like the thing that it does, right? What mechanism is behind here? Why do these trapezius muscles look the way that they do? That's because they have to be able to pull the arm backwards. Right now they're pulled forwards because of the chain. If the character were to stand back, right? And to do like a big stretch, right? The muscles on the back are going to have to reach out and grab there to be able to pull this back behind the muscles that are doing this, right? I gotta stop saying right also. I'm saying that a million times. Have you ever done a big stretch like this? You know what I'm saying? Where you just stretch real far out. Oftentimes they can do that, but I think most of the time people are just standing straight up. So you have to do a little bit of back. That's probably too far down. The hips should definitely be more rolled up to here. Big stretch though. Stratus muscles, I eventually start to tune it out while I'm editing. Oh, the right? See, that's the problem, right? Is I said it again. It's because it starts to get hypnotizing. You just kind of get lulled into this whatever, right? So anyway, the delts have to look like this because they have to be able to pull the shoulders back as much as the pectorals get to pull in. So right now there is some, what's it called? Distortion in the pectorals because they're folding in on themselves. And the delts on the back, or trapezius muscles, sorry. There's other muscles in there, but a lot of it is the traps, and then the latissimus dorsi is a little bit lower down here. But it looks like that, but I need to be able to pull the other ones also. So to do that, I have to attach to the shoulders the same kind of muscles, more or less in the same places where the armpit is. So we gotta do trapezius 2 electric boogaloo. And I like the ones that make them the same size, but I also like the ones that make them smaller. So I think it's just more interesting when you have a smaller pair of arms. That means that, evolutionarily speaking at least, they either serve a role as while being smaller, or they are not as important anymore, and they are on the process of getting like phased out. So eventually you might end up with a creature that just has like a very tall torso section, right? And that's dealing with all the blades and everything on top of it, you know. So It's almost kind of like, instead of putting the head on, I just put another section starting at the pectorals, now that I'm looking at it. Which is a fun way to stack it up. But it's also the same way people do like centaurs, right? So down here we can start having the abdominal muscles, and the rib cage is the same more or less. We have a lot of like non-human, like we have a lot of human parts arranged in ways that are very non-human. So I don't really mind the fact that this looks very human, like this section right here. So moving down here, I'm okay with the pelvis being a little bit more visible, right? I'm okay with the abdominal muscles being about the same, especially since I want to simplify in this section because there's a lot going on. I want the forearms to be the most important part of this. So if I start adding a whole bunch of like detailed muscles or try to add some weird anatomy, like whales. Do whales have that? I didn't know whales had like another section of torso in front of it. They have the reduced pelvic bone. It's like a single nub where stuff still attaches to, which is really funny. But basically, yeah, the whale pelvis has become a single small bone that attaches to different things. Whales don't have thighs anymore. They do have the muscles that attach to those thighs still. Depends on which whale, by the way, because some dolphins will have fully developed limbs just underneath the bone, right? Like underneath the blubber, they'll just have the bones there. Whereas more like extant species of whale, like baleen whales, I believe, blue whales specifically, have just like the little like pelvis bone remainder. They have one on each side, and it's a floating bone that develops, and it's basically it's there to just provide a relay attachment for muscles, which is really fun. Dog butt cam, he just does that sometimes, you know? That's how he is. And we love him for it. We love our majos. Yes, we do, folks. We love our majos. I want to make this other one slightly smaller. I also want to point it in this different direction, so it's not as pulled in tight. Give the baby a treat. All right, let's give the baby a treat. He's fat. Yeah, he's upset that you guys chose fish over him the other day. But yeah, back to this section. I just want to keep this simple because I want the focus to be the arms. I don't want to add a ton of alien anatomy in places and then just like to confuse the viewer, because we're thinking of this single thing as its own little piece, right? And if I add a whole bunch of details, it will confuse people more than it informs people, which would not be good. Especially with illustrations. We want to make sure that the concept comes across as clearly as possible. Even in character design, when you're posing them to get dynamic forms and stuff, which you don't always do, a lot of times in character design, you're doing like stills and stuff. Chat would do such a thing. I know. Only someone, the ringleader, wasn't there. Maha is a very precious little baby. Got a ton of food ideas. I now want to try drawing. There you go, see? Wait, so you doing monsters? Why are the references off? So yeah, this is just like a warm-up thing I'm doing. Probably getting a little bit too invested in this warm-up. I've done all the problem solving that I really wanted to do. Just getting a little bit distracted with aligning. I should definitely move on by now. But also there's just things that I could do to make the figures stand out a little bit more. I mean, we gotta fix the handcuffs. They look so bunk. I don't care if the hands are a little bit weird. I think that's fine. They're a monster. They can just be a silhouette. The hands don't matter too much when the thing we're trying to focus on is the multiple arms and the head being weird. Almost an hour. It is almost an hour. It is time to move on. Nothing to do about the feet though. Okay, so yeah, we have this character Adonis. We have to do like a full background and everything. Apparently the colors that they use are purple and they also use a lot of black. So what I might be able to get away with for the skin color, right? Since they are a dark skinned person, we can try to use some more colorful like highlights and stuff on the skin, and then the clothes can be like that jet black sort of a deal. Let's do some thumbnails. That's them. Tool, aspect height. So I found out there's this thing I can do with drawing squares and stuff, which is I can like lock in a specific aspect ratio, which means I don't have to worry about it being the wrong size for the thumbnail, so to speak. let's do... I want to do maybe like some hair. Ooh, I'm thinking... I got an idea. So the idea behind this one is like they're really close to the screen, sort of a deal. I don't know why Maha is making noises in his sleep. Perhaps it is because he is just a little baby. Do you have to come up with an outfit for them? That might be something else. This is kind of a cheap shot because I don't have to do... That's okay. It just keeps refreshing, right? So I can actually change that now, I think. No, that's bits and cheering. Power-ups and channel points. Here we go. Community challenge I can extend for another 30 days. 20 days? 19 days. Okay. Okay. Okay, so, alright, well, it's extended to another day. So, we have 29 more days. 3% raise. I believe in you guys. You can do it. Aww. Wonderful. I'm sure Maha appreciates it no matter what. Best we can do is try. It's true. Do or do not. There is no try. It is also true because I am extending the duration as much as possible anytime I get the chance. So. I'm kind of like this, but I think it's too close to the camera. I'm not good. I don't got OC. How do I get one? OC. I don't know if I can know. That's why you lost to Palpatine. I'm sure it could be. I'll be honest, I don't really have any OCs either. It's hard for me to speak on authority with it. Yeah, but I feel like I have like people are like, oh, they're like my children, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about these characters. They just like designs that I liked. People out here like shipping the world to them, and I'm like, y'all need to have a different hobby. I don't know if that counts. Well, you want to count it. I don't know if the OC scholars would count it. I don't know if there are there OC scholars? I assume there's probably like people who say that they're at the authority on things and tell you what you can and can't do. What is there? You're excluding this friends. I don't mean it like that. It was just a joke. I'm not the authority. I shouldn't be the authority on anything. I feel like that is the problem right there. Tell us what to draw on Magma. I guess that I am. I am an authority figure here. For the sake of control. We'll see how it goes here. What was I saying? Dictate. Wait, what? Hold on. I got this dictator shit slapped on me way too fast. I don't think that's when I'm calling the police. Yes, officer, that isn't a cab sticker. What are you gonna do about it? Walk us through what you're thinking. What I'm thinking with this. Hey, how's it going, Starlight Blossom? What's with the sad face, Fatty? Anything to not use the Twitch emote? I didn't realize that auto did. What's up, Starlight? Can you see how I'm gonna fit the character's eyes in here? Is that a thing? I didn't know it auto did that. Let's see. Oh, it does! Interesting. Huh, I had no idea. This is so mid. Well, it's not like an ad anymore, but why the sad face in general? You can't undo it. Interesting. Maybe that should have been the first one. Hey, welcome to Artfight. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not like an Artfight spokesperson, but hope you have a fun time. I think it's all about just like enjoying it. So try not to get in your own head. I know a lot of people really kind of stress themselves out over Artfight and like Inktober and stuff. I think a lot of people tend to miss the purpose of it, which is kind of just like just an excuse to draw. Right now, what I'm thinking of thrives on killing people out. Fear the communists. We have to live in terror. What is happening in my fucking things? I'll see if I can attack you. I might have to get around to it after a while because I have a lot of stuff on my plate, right? I'm doing this animation and let's see what else. This animation. Maybe I still have so much to do on this animation. It's not even close. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to just do an entire layer again for the pendant doing the thing. And then I should probably at some point add my other characters, which is the next thing on the docket after this is I want to add Robbie and the Robots, and then I want to do Roxanne's band, right? Yeah, I thought, cool. I love drawing. Yeah. I'm going to try to do a revenge. Like, in every time I get an attack, I'm going to try to do a revenge in equal part, right? Whew. Other than that, right now, it's, for example, this is a revenge. The Mackie Mac is a revenge also. And, yeah. After that, I want to do one on Moid because I've had this idea in my brain forever. Because they have a character that has like arms that come out and put back in. Yes, we have to do Reddit today also. Maybe. But yes, I want to do Moid because they have a character who's a robot and their arms come off, and I want to do like a little like fucking meme where like I pull off the leg and it makes the USB unplug sound, and I plug it back in and it makes the USB plug sound, and I just do that 700 times. To look at the, what's it called? What's the chat so that I can see what the emotes are. Oh my god. That's horrifying, Fatty. Reddit. No maybe. No maybe what? The going, wait, what am I supposed to not be doing maybe? At some point I'm supposed to be talking about my process here, right? what's going through my brain. I'm just looking for interesting shapes right now. We read it today. We'll try. I'll do the thumbnails for this. And then we'll jump to the Reddit. While you're still alive and awake. Yeah. I look forward to seeing your stuff on YouTube, Starlight. Or not YouTube. I just said that because you have YouTube YT next to your name. But I look forward to seeing your stuff on Artfight website. So right now I'm just looking for shapes, right? And I'm trying to find anything that looks interesting. And since I want something that's in motion, I kind of want to like gesture at a direction or a motion or whatever. So I don't want to just like have things drawing still, but I have a lot of these shapes that are coming up and down and then up. So I'm thinking that maybe I can just skip a lot of that and go up, right? The character also has dreads from what I can see. At least they look like dreads. So we'll be doing some ropier hair. So think thicker strands. Obviously you don't want to just draw like rope because their hair is not rope, but you can think of the locks as more defined, right? Gonna give this some angle and direction to it. We don't want any part of it to look flat and unappealing. Same thing with this line. I want to, instead of curving it over, I want to bring it up. We might have it bend in the opposite direction. Right, and it's just kind of this here and there of picking out which direction I want these shapes to go in, and then outlining them so they look more appealing. And this isn't doing much right now other than just like giving me some idea of what I want in the pose. I do want this to like curve back, right? And then maybe this section over here comes up and goes under that. So we're just the silhouette, we're thinking about this stuff. So we don't maybe need as much hair in front of the face because we're moving this direction, right? How did you render the skin on yesterday's character? It looks amazing. Oh, I can actually just show you real quick. So it's literally just up. So the skin is just like a soft brush, and you do in a couple places where you want it to look darker, right? And I just added that on a separate layer, but it would probably work fine without it. So I did a lasso tool because I didn't want to fill this in, and then I just added this button right here, which is adds a tone layer. So this is for the hair. So it just makes it darker underneath, right? And because I'm using off black, right? We can move the stuff above and below it to make it look darker, which I probably, you know what? I kind of like it on top now because it does make it look darker. Because the tones are these tiny little dots, right? You go in, you can see that there's these tiny little dots when they're not behind that. And what that means is that what they're just kind of like giving the illusion of value, the same way you do hatching, right? Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you liked this one. It was pretty good. I could have finished it way faster if I wasn't talking to chat the whole time. But yeah. So because this is on top of the brown lines, it kind of overpowers it and makes it look black. I probably should have done that, I'm not gonna lie. And then under here, because my line color is off black, right? All I did was make it a little bit of a less dense tone, right? How did you get the elite texturing on the hair and the highlights? The highlights are just literally just thinking of the locks as this. I can't do it here because my thing's down here. I could just here. So I'm thinking of the hair as a lock, right? It has this curve. Imagine a cylinder. If you were to draw a cylinder, right? Where are you going to put the highlights? The highlight, remember, is the face that most directly points to the viewer, right? So this plane right here is the one that faces the viewer most directly. That is where the light is going to most directly bounce into your eye. That's where the highlight's going to be. So you just kind of shade along that. And you can kind of think about shading in the directions that the edges and the tips of what you're doing are coming out. Black hair is a little bit easier to shade than brown hair, right? Because on brown hair, you'd have to worry about the bottom underneath the highlight has to be a slightly different color. And then the top, where the light is hitting it the most, it's going to be a slightly brighter color. Don't ask me, I can't draw that well. I just joined Artfight. What is going on? What's up? To get the elite texture on the hair. So yeah, we can just come back here to the top one and imagine this is a cylinder, right? If it's curving in this direction, what plane is going to have the most light? Well, this middle section, right? So we just kind of draw in the same place as the cylinder. And that's it. It's the exact same process. You can see each of these locks are kind of separated. All I'm doing is I'm using chicken scratch, right? I'm using some hatching lines and I'm just controlling the value. These lines go in this direction, the straight direction, all that stuff, right? I'm using hatching principles, which is you draw one direction, bam, 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 and then you draw like offset that direction, bam, 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 and then you draw offset that direction again, and you want to like avoid going as 90-degree angles as much as possible, until you have to, right? One way to flatten a drawing is to come in with your hatch lines and then draw 90 degrees. That will make things look flat immediately. But if you follow the curve of what you're drawing and then have something else that's not 90 degrees, you can reinforce that curve, right? So that's all that we're doing with the hair. You add the texture layer on top. That just emphasizes, kind of fills in the gaps. And the same thing with the skin tone, right? So the skin tone has a lighter tone. And it is still that dark, it's black, and then the line is off black, right? So if we were to step away and then put the skin color above the line art, it looks much darker. But if we come in and we put it underneath it, we get much browner skin. Or we get like softer tones because it's underneath, right? And that's just like, what is it called? The way the human eye perceives value is kind of just like percentage of filled in space. It does add a lot of depth. I want to see what this looks like. Oh, that's interesting. So this really softens it up because again, the opacity layer that I added on top is going to darken some places and lighten other places just because it's on top of it. Sort of, that's the only problem with screen tones is you will see artificing. So if I'm like here, for example, you can see like there's bigger boxes that kind of patch out. To my other chat help. Wait, what? What other chat? What? You should be on both. Oh wait, it's not there. What? What's happening? Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Why is it only showing YouTube chat now? So that's the one problem with screen tones is that they are designed to be seen at a single distance. when you get farther away, you tend to have like weird artificing patterns where error is in the way the stuff renders because of pixels. So the chat's not up on the screen for some reason. Twitch chat isn't showing up on the left screen. I'll definitely take a look. But yeah. Do you want me to say my Artfight username? No, I got it. It's Starlight_Blossom YT, right? I remember. Like I said, I'll get around to it if I have the time. Right now, I'm really fucking packed with stuff. I'll mostly try to do revenges. What was I saying? Not saying a thing. I was saying a thing. I swear I was. Screen tones. Yes, screen tones are fun. They are just temperamental because you can get a lot of artifacting when you zoom out and zoom in, right? I feel like going on like a caffeine. Why are they just not picking up Twitch chat? Yeah, it's like it stops picking up this Twitch at all. I'm doing that right now. This is 5 views character. I might need to restart this. Huh, IRC chat is disconnected for Discord right now. Or for Twitch right now. Wonder why. IRC is connected. The channel points are disconnected and everything. Is the chat showing up again? The other one? No. I'm being erased by the regime. It's not me! I'm not doing that. Man, I wish Streamlabs worked. I wish Streamlabs wasn't a piece of shit. No, you're still not being displayed. Maybe I just have to restart Kappa. Okay, hold on. This is a problem. Cool. What is it? Kind of doesn't matter, just as long as you can read our chats. I can't do it anymore because it's decided that it needs me to sign in all over again and authorize access. This is slapped together junk. So we'll see if that works. If not, I'll probably just like have Streamlabs open, sort of, question mark. And then okay, well, it has YouTube connected, but Twitch is now still not working. What? Wild. Alright, I guess it's back. We'll see. my defenses after this because they are still. I bet they are very cool. Hey, there we go. Kit's back. Ba-da-bum-bum. Where do they have the earring on? I believe that. There's some crazy animation stuff that's been going on. What was I doing? I was doing this. This is what I was doing. Hey, chat's back. They do have like a piercing. I was supposed to eventually at some point talk about my process. What I'm going through when I'm thinking about this stuff. So mostly I'm just looking for shapes and resemblances, right? As well as form and stuff. So if the chin looks like a chin, right? What do I need to do to fix it? Do I need to bring it more forward? Do I need to push it more back? If that loses the resemblance to the character, do I need to push something else more forward, something else more back? Right now we have the forehead is right here, and the chin is down here, which means we have a shape like this, which means halfway is actually down here, which means the eyes should probably move down, and so should the nose. And I can just do that. Bum, ba-da-bum. I don't know the context behind this character a ton. I'm glad you love the Robbie emote. I think it came out really nice. Ooh, I don't like the eye too much at this point. The eyes are in about the right place, but I don't think... because the eyebrows would be about here. Love to see a canon color scheme. That might just be as close to canon as we're gonna get. I'll be honest, I can't think of any colors at all. Because whenever I do, I'm just like, yeah, pure white seems functional. Because I'm thinking about, like... maybe I'll ask my brother what colors he thinks it should, what it should be colored. I'm getting some real Zatch Bell vibes from this character. But that might just be the way I'm drawing them. And this character has black lipstick. You have definitely more of like a cut look And they're going for a way more like masculine look, I guess. It's like a very blocky face. So the head is really tall. And so this stuff should be pushed more inwards, I think. And so that way I can cut here, a bit down. I think the face is getting a bit small for the amount of hair that I have. So I might just make the top of the head a bit bigger. And take the face and make it bigger. Yeah, it definitely needs to be bigger. Something like that probably works. We can just come in and fix stuff up. Remember, it's a thumbnail, so you don't want to be like fixing everything, right? But if you don't have an idea of what you're doing yet, there's no harm in going in and getting a clearer picture. I'm still enjoying this one a little bit. So I'm not too worried. I'm trying to give them like a flatter nose. So I think I might want to do the nose again. I want to try to get like this angle because this character has some really big eyeshadow stuff that makes the eye look much like, that's a good word for it. Makes it look really, really pointy, right? And their eyes are fairly small by comparison. It's something to keep in mind, I guess. Originally, I'd wanted the character to be reaching out. Do something about these forms later. As long as we have the idea of where stuff is going to go. How pointy is their chin? Fairly pointy, I guess. Bigger is always better. I'm the one in Texas. I should be the one saying that. Oh, oopsies. Definitely, I want to start adding more depth to the hair. That means more T-lines in the shapes. But I think at this point, it's probably safe to move on to the next thumbnail. I'm gonna try to keep the volume the same all the way through. I'm not really an expert on black hairstyles, but from the dreads that I've seen, I'm gonna probably finish the thumbnails in like the rest of the hour. I was a little bit distracted, but the first one's always takes me the longest because I'm really trying to figure out not just the character, but like how they fit, what things look good, stuff like that. Ear should be taller because the ear needs to be higher than the eyes because the head is pointed down. Always remember that. Very important thing. Draw a bunch of 3D shapes and show me if I'm using T-lines correctly. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Hey, how's it going, Ro? Welcome, welcome. You missed fish cam yesterday. People went crazy for fish cam. There was fish cam hysteria. Maho 2 weeks notice a new dog in town arrives. Exactly, right? That's why Maho's all depressed now. People wanted the fish instead of him. I'm gonna do a flip to see if the eyes are in the right place. I think this eye. It's not a ton of good distinction between these two forms. That does a little bit better. I miss the 1 hour of gesture drawing. We'll go back to 1 hour of gesture drawing in August. How about that? Blame him. Imagine getting outsourced by someone that can't even breathe. Motherfuckers don't even have lungs, and they want them more than me. I'm just doing, I need to find some space to do the Artfight stuff. Otherwise, I'm doing an hour of gestures, and then, which counts as my warm-up, I guess. So it probably would have replaced Fishman here, which isn't too bad. I honestly didn't think anyone would miss the 1 hour of gesture. Because there's so much of me just like not talking because of it. This is definitely something I could do. For the most part, it makes sense. 100% on the foreshortening yet, but we'll get there. I don't want the body to be foreshortened. So I'm thinking this is the arm, but then really kind of just putting this out here as like the back and body. But I don't really think that fits best there. The gun sprung. What gun? Oh, all the guns. That's right. All the American guns. Recently been coloring values and manually and have refrained from using the color picker tool. Add multiplayer. Do you think it's worth it? Or have I just lost it? I think it's worth it. If you want to draw it without, right? I definitely think it is worth it. Yeah. You're never gonna get, like, it's never gonna be not worth it to try to do things manually to develop an eye for it. Because all those artists that are just like, oh, just do it, right? They get there from less think, more do, right? And if they get the shape wrong or if they get the color wrong, then they try again some other time or with something else. Or they say that's not right, and the brain doesn't give the dopamine. And then they do it right eventually, and the brain gives the dopamine. That's it. That's humanity in a nutshell. Did you do it? No dopamine for you. It just sucks sometimes when you do it right and you still don't get the dopamine. It's like, come on, man, I did the thing. Give me the dopamine. So this is a really fun use of the space of the character, all that stuff. Plays with perspective, it plays with a lot of stuff, but I don't know if I'll use it. Mostly because it's not doing a great job of showing off the rest of the character. We're scrunching up a lot of details in the perspective, right? And what's happening is we're kind of losing out, right? I don't know how all this comes across. Let's zoom in a little bit for you folks on the TV screen, right? So the problem I'm having right now is that the pose looks great. I love it because it has like really dynamic like workings to it. It's got a lot going on. I might end up taking this and shifting it so it moves back, right? But the main problem I have with it isn't necessarily the dynamicism of the pose. It's that I'm not actually showing off a ton of what makes this character special to the creator, right? Specifically like the clothes and what else? The clothes, the scythe, the accoutrement, whatever you want to say. All I'm showing off is character in a dynamic pose. And that's really good. Hey, how's it going, Kenzie? That's really good if you're trying to say, hey, look at the character. It's such a cool pose. But it's not really good if you're trying to like showcase someone's character and like everything that implies. All it does is it showcases that the artist really knows perspective. It's really cool, but unless you know who the character is, it's really hard to see what the character is about. Right? We're sacrificing the character for the pose, and it's unfortunately just something that is not going to play well here with this. So while it might be really fun and really cool, and I like it. It's not something that I think I can really use. At least not for this character. I might use it for something else, something that I do, right? When the thing that I want to show off is cool pose. Ow, my neck. Ooh, I'm a little stiff. Ah. Ah. It's also to do with this. This is a little bit wonky. I think I don't like the open space here. But I think it's time to move on. Even though I really like the pose. I've said that 7 times already. But still. Stretch and hydrate. Big stretch. I should probably get up. Stand and stretch. Redeemed send highlight. Oh, that's what that means. Okay, cool. And some water. That's crazy. Actually, that does help a lot. Water is insane. Brendan Lee Mulligan voice. I don't know about that stretching stuff, but this water, that's really good. Hey, 1 bit for being honest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, moving on, because otherwise I'm going to spend all day here because I zoomed in. I should not have zoomed in. I don't really want to center it or frame it anything else. Let's go with some bigger shapes here. This time, let's do a block out. We'll have the character fully in white. I think I can get away with a lot of, what's it called? With this character specifically, because they have that elegance to them, I think. And this way we can like emphasize the scythe. the scythe is one of the character traits, I believe. And we can worry about the specifics of the design later, but... I don't know. I'm seeing this character, and I'm reminded of that one person on TikTok that walks like Edna from The Incredibles. I think it's the hair. I think it's because of like the bangs. I'm looking at the character, and I'm like, damn, that's crazy. They look just like the Edna guy. I fucking love that person. By the way, they're so good. Oh, that's such a... I can't do that to someone's like character that they care a lot about. I can't just like... I pronounce you TikTok person. No, I don't like that space there. This is kind of an upskirt shot. I'm wondering. Mods, kill that man. I pronounce them dead. I can't even imagine, like... I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna stand up and try it on stream. I think that would be the worst idea possible. Because I'm pretty good at walking, like, with my hips, right? I do the shuffle, right? Where you, like, I'm pretty good at moving horizontally with just my ankles, you know? If you've ever done that. The crab walk. But, like, just my ankles. Weird ass shuffle. But yeah, as I was saying, because the character has darker skin, I might be able to do like... I gotta figure something out for that. Have their skin be like a bit of a darker so that we can contrast the black clothes that they prefer. Well, the hips are up here. bum, 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 bum. I don't know, they got boots on. Do we see the boots at all? You're good with it compared to the average person, compared to your ability to walk on my legs. I think compared to the average person. I'm not 100% on what the average ability for people to do that shuffle thing. But compared to like anyone I've ever like done it to like it's an attack. Everyone I've done it in their direction, they've always been freaked out, unsettled by the unnaturalness by which I move. Hey, no, thanks very much, Beck. I'm just chilling, vibing, arting. As always, a big thank you to Rush's Music for keeping things interesting. Lord knows without it, these streams would be dead as hell. Oh my god. The amount of like dead air, I mean. Might need this character's powers to bring it back. Good with it compared to Song looks great. Thanks. We're just doing some thumbnails. Haven't decided which one I'm gonna go with. I'm not really feeling this perspective anymore. Something has failed the vibe check. Time to come in and fix it. I think maybe the scythe is not long enough. I feel like it needs to go off screen. Yeah, here we go. That's a lot better. dead air or not, this will be tuning in. I appreciate that a lot. Such a skill is kind of hard to gauge. Like, when does the opportunity arrive to show it off? Are other people try it? To do it would drive me mad not to really know. Honestly, that's the best, is when I do something and people are like, what the fuck was that? And then some people try it also. I think that's really funny. This whole space right here, I don't like this arm. This arm is also looking a bit short, a wee bit short. We're gonna come in, we're gonna bring it down. They do look like the kind of character that would look down on someone. So I'm not feeling bad about that. We're doing another character with bangs, I just realized. And then we can put the cross on here. I just don't want this to be parallel with the hair that I'm drawing here. Because I believe while the chin should come down at about the same place. This pose is looking a little bit stiff. I think for now it is what it is. We can always fix it a little bit when we're drawing the character. I think the important thing is to find a pose that I like. Thinking the shoulder might be a bit big, especially this arm. Oopsies. Hmm. Okay, sure. Let's bring this bust a little forward. So we can have a little bit more of a dynamic play here. That being said, let's bring the center a little bit back. Like every drawing you do, that's not true at all. I know you say that these don't matter, but damn, your thumbnails look amazing. I'm just someone who, I'm not very good at visualizing in my brain, right? So it helps me to like 50 minutes left on those thumbnails. It helps me a lot to like see a lot of it beforehand, how it's gonna work. So admittedly, I spend way too much time on stuff like this. Like, this is too much time spent on this for sure. So it's not that this doesn't matter. It matters a lot if that's how you set up, right? Because shrinking it down keeps me from getting really, what's it called? Bogged down in the details. I'm still getting bogged down in the details, right? But it's noticeably less than I would be the other way around. I'm liking this. I am liking this. I think it's a little bit too short still. I'm also playing around with the perspective of the shapes and forms just a little bit to get a better idea of it. So I'm glad it is true for you. Makes me happy. But also, don't like settle for getting to where I'm at, right? As the person that I look up to always tells me, don't try to get to where I'm at. Try to get farther beyond, right? Aim for the horizon. Because there's way more than me out there, right? There's way better and more impressive things in your own imagination. When the only person that can bring them out is you. So be better than me, not just because you should try to get better, but because you should try to find out exactly what you can pull out of your brain. For the sake of the worlds that you will create, get better. Get good. Well, I didn't get here all in one day, and you won't get there all in one day either. But once the engine gets going, there's no friction in space. So once you get out of the atmosphere, you're home free. You can only get better faster. Am I making... I feel like I'm making the skirt too tall. Just a little bit. Hmm. I'm not a huge fan. I think it's because the shoulder is taller on this side. Oh, that's way better. What the hell? I had just forgotten that perspective was a thing. One tiny little fix makes me feel much better about it. Follow-up question, sure. Do you ever feel like you're going to surpass your idols? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I never feel like that. I think if you wake up in the morning and you feel like today's the day I'm going to be better than Kim Jong-gi, you should maybe check yourself into some medical facilities and get some help for delusions, perhaps. For a couple of reasons, right? One, because art isn't a zero-sum game. You can't compare people one-to-one. Even if you're trying to compare, like, oh, your anatomy skill compared to Peter Han's anatomy skill, right? Who's better, right? There's a million and one ways to represent anatomy, right? You could even get down to who uses a brush pen better. And it's like, there's no way to compare this, right? You'd say, oh, who represented the form better? Absolutely no shot, right? Because different people see form differently, right? Some people are really line oriented, some people are very shape oriented, right? I showed my mom the illustration of Bumble, and she was like, "What is it?" And I'm like, "It's supposed to be a bee." Said she's like, "There's no eye," and I'm like, "Well, it's supposed to be a bee, so that's the eye." And it's like, "Oh, but you just draw one eye." It's like, "Yes, because that's how perspective works." So I tend to not show my mom drawings because she's very well intentioned, very well meaning, but she just is very bad at seeing forms, like and everything. So it's really hard to it's really hard to feel good after an interaction with my mom because she's really well meaning, but she also just doesn't see things very well, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'm having way more of the curve. But, right, so that's why there is no way to compare artist to artist. You can't be like, this artist is better than this artist. Do I think I'll ever surpass them? No, absolutely not. What I hope to one day achieve, right? Because I'm already standing on their shoulders. I'm like Peter Han, Kim Jong-gi, Frank Frazetta, Jack Kirby, right? I'm standing on top of the shoulders of all of these guys already, right? You don't have to be a big person to stand on top of someone's shoulders. The only thing that I hope is that I can learn a lot. I can become my own person, become my own giant, and then, you know, be a good place for somebody else to stand on. Give somebody else a better view of the horizon. Alright, I need to get rid of this scythe. This scythe is not helping me with perspective at all. It's actively making me distrust my sense of perspective. I like the scythe. I like it a lot, but we can make the form again. I'm not worried about that. I absolutely have no idea what I'm doing with the form. Do you still want to add the scythe? But I want to be able to see what I'm doing here with this perspective. Because if I don't know what I'm doing with the perspective, I don't know what I'm doing with anything. Are you the streamer that used to play Yu-Gi-Oh? No, I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh on stream ever. What? I do love Yu-Gi-Oh though. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is really fun. Maybe I'll do because I played one Game Boy Advanced Yu-Gi-Oh game. It was the Yu-Gi-Oh GX video game that I played. I also played the one before that actually, so it wasn't not the only one. But once they start getting like XYZ summons, synchro summons, even the Crystal Beast was like, brother, I got what the hell? I do play D&D. I never streamed D&D though. Listen, my brain is for like two things, okay? It's for making really nice bread, and drawing. Those are the only two things that can coexist in my brain. Maho doesn't count because he has his own brain and he attaches onto me like a cancerous lump, so we can form a what's it called? Transformers Mechazorg Power Rangers style Cronenberg monster. Crystal Beats was 2004, right? And that was like the end. I watched Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I was like, let's fucking go, Slifer Dorm, let's fucking go. And then after that, I was like, what the fuck is, nah, I'm out. We watched all of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. We watched all of Duelist Island. I watched some of the Kaiba Court, like, series, right, where they're going into the game made by Kaiba's father, stuff like that. I watched some of Duelist City. I watched some of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and then after that, I'm like, card games on motorcycles? What the fuck? It's true for old people like me and Roll. That was like the other day. Where do we have this coming? Bro, Roll, have you seen the short that Kit made of me? I am not beating the geriatric allegations. Absolutely nothing. Takahashi is my favorite artist of all time. That's the one that did the original Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Watched the anime, so no clue what happened there. Like, the same thing with the games. I was like, yo, I watched the anime, I was like, a fucking time wizard can make baby dragon old? Let's fucking go! That's not how it works in the game at all. The castle? Takahashi? Isn't that, the guy that goes Kaiba boy all the time with the Millennium Eye? I thought that was Pegasus. Dude with the castle. Pegasus is the guy with the castle. But yeah, Takahashi's the guy that did the artist. I thought it was like maybe, so I know all of the Englishized versions, right? So I know them by Joey, I know them by Tristan, fucking what's her name? I think it wasn't Mai, was it? Because Mai is the harpy lady. I forget the love interest because she doesn't fucking do anything ever. To be fair, neither does Tristan, but like at the first season, he does a lot more like bullying Yuki and stuff. So I forget their names though. I am getting kind of sick of the art server I joined after co-host. I don't know, I just don't feel very welcome there, I'll be honest. T, it's a series, Takashi, yes. Taya, right, Taya was her name, yes! She always gets her fucking ass kidnapped and shit. Oh, what was was it Baki? What's the white-haired guy's name? Because he was pretty cool. Because he was like Baruga or something in the manga or something. I can't remember. Oh, Takashi Castle. I think Takahashi is like a popular surname, so I think there might just be a location called Takahashi Castle. The white-haired guy, yeah, he had the Millennium Pendant, right? Yugi had the Millennium Puzzle. He turned them all in the comics. No, in the manga too, in the anime too. He turned them all into like toy dolls and stuff. Bakura, yeah, that's what it was. Not Bagura. Bakura. Bakura was also sick as hell. I love Bakura. Because regular Bakura is really nice. And then like Demon Bakura is like, hell yeah. Slay. I can't imagine Tumblr was not thirsty for Bakura. I must imagine Bakura was thirsted after in the fandom. Super hot. There we go. Are they playing card games in the anime as well? It is basically just advertisement for the cards, but the anime plays a whole bunch of. They did have this interesting back and forth because originally Yu-Gi-Oh was not about the cards Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Yu-Gi-Oh was about the pharaoh being really the king of games and doing a whole bunch of like games. And that one time where, thanks, I'm glad you're liking it. We're doing some thumbnails and we have been for the last 2 hours because I am bad at focusing. But the original series, like in the manga, was really cool because Yugi was playing like cards with fucking bombs and shit, right? And he's like sent a whole bunch of people to their death by like using yo-yos to bust open a hole in their roof or whatever. And then what was the other one? Oh yeah, the god of death came and tried to weigh Yugi's soul on a feather or some bullshit. That was wild. That like, if you know nothing else about Yu-Gi-Oh, is that the first arc of Yu-Gi-Oh was insane. Right? Just like a crazy person. Yeah, I love the if you've watched Yu-Gi-Oh Abridged, right? Because Yu-Gi-Oh Abridged has so many funny moments where it just like takes the original pharaoh and just like keeps playing him straight for the rest of the abridged series. I think he turns a guy to death in the first arc. Yeah, he just fucking murders somebody in the first arc. Oh, I remember the one you're talking about. That lights them like they're covered in oil or some bullshit. And there's the one where you drown someone too. That was insane. That was an insane first season. He's just straight up, the pharaoh is going around just like sending people to vegetable hospital. And it's wild. Mokuba also. Mokuba was such a little shit in the first arc, and he comes around in the anime like crazy. Because the only part of the manga I've read is the part where Yugi is going around killing everybody. Everything else I've watched is the anime. So I don't know how they translate. But there was a huge thing that after the Yu-Gi-Oh cards started being made, because I think some of the other games in the show, in the manga, were also workshopped. But the one that was really popular was the cards. And basically once that started to take off, the anime that had like a whole bunch of stuff because they were ahead of the manga that influenced the rules of the card games and back and forth here and there. So it was fun. Trading cards are probably the closest thing you can get to the devil because of how much it makes people gamble. Because they're just like, they're loot boxes, right? It's like the horse game that everyone's playing right now. It's basically just Satan, but for a lot of people, it's really fun. My grandma used to be on my ass for watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. So, like, there's a lot of shows. They get a lot of shit for being like, this is the work of the devil and all that stuff, and it's gonna corrupt the mind of the youth. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably the only one that might have been sort of justified. The seal of Orichalcos, yeah. Like, there is absolutely no reason why anyone should look at Pokemon and be like, work of the devil, right? That's just kind of dumb, and it comes from the fact that a lot of American Christianity sees anything supernatural as witchcraft, and that is of the devil, right? But like normal people wouldn't see like, oh, it's just a cute little drawing, and it shocks people. Haha, it's really funny, right? You look at Yu-Gi-Oh cards and you're like, all right, Gen 1 Yu-Gi-Oh, there's some fucked up shit about this. These are cryptids. They're gonna like suck someone's soul out. Never bought a pack in my life. Always brought from reseller friends. The same with Magic cards. Yeah, it's similar. Like as a kid, I think I inherited a bunch of my cousins' Pokemon cards and stuff, and then a couple of times we got decks from Yu-Gi-Oh. But like Digimon, also kind of the same boat as Pokemon. You're in a little bit more shit, right? Because I think they actually do kill somebody in Yu-Gi-Oh one time, and Digimon one time, but I don't remember if he stays dead. Digimon's also pretty hardcore, but in like a very different way from Yu-Gi-Oh. Closer to Pokemon, but there's like narratively a lot more going on than in Pokemon. Like they're straight up there, we're here to save the world or everyone's dead. That's the kind of storyline that Digimon has, which I appreciate. I like Digimon a lot. Maybe I should use some Digimon redraws or something. Fiends, Dark Monsters, Dragons, Foolish Burial, Monster Reborn, Suicidal Vest. Yeah, that was an insane one, is the Suicide Vest. I remember that was fucking wild. Because it came out not too long after there was a lot of like terrorism attacks, and I think that card was banned in the US. Let me double check. Let me double check that, because I don't want to like spout stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh! Suicide Vest US release. No. Oh, I think it was changed to like Ticking Time Bomb? Or Cemetery Bomb. Because I think I remember, because the Suicide Vest is like a silver chain vest or something, right? Because Suicide Vest isn't coming up as the card name, so it might have been called something else. Yu-Gi-Oh! Explosive card. Ring of Destruction, that's what it was! Yu-Gi-Oh! Ring of Destruction. Ring of Destruction. It's straight up, it's just... So the original 2018 art, not the original, never mind. So the 2003 art of it is just fire, but the 2018 art is just a whole bunch of live hand grenades. Middle East kick. Well, because I don't think 9/11 happened, and then like Suicide Vests became a popular quote unquote popular. A really like a thing that was a problem with like embassies in 2005, I think, ish, right? So, because it wasn't the same thing. Guess it didn't have, because you can play it straight from your hand, and for only 2,000 life points, you can get to swarm out 5 monsters. It was banned from the thing, but it wasn't banned. Never mind. I thought it was. I could have sworn. I might be thinking of something else. But yeah, suicide vests became more popular as an act of terrorism later after like 9/11, because it was relevant in like middle school and high school when edgy kids were using it as a joke in my generation. Lucy got the grenade version outside of Asia. Really? Interesting. Huh, I guess the grenades were the original arts. I was just under the belief that they weren't. Because I see that in 2008, at least when I googled it. Fireballs. When it came out in the US in 2004, it was censored for the fire things. That's insane. I didn't know the grenades were the original art. That makes more sense. That's also really funny. In a very fucked up way, but also really funny. Okay, these boots and legs are way too far out of pockets. Again, I'm just getting overclouded by thoughts that don't affect it. Hips are going to come down to here, which means that this skirt is officially too long, which means I can go ahead and delete some of it here. That's too much, but that's fine. We can just carve the shape up a little bit. You'd imagine it to be America's favorite card. Oh my gosh, don't even get me started with all the American acts of terrorism. Is Barrel Dragon? Hold on. Did Barrel Dragon get a decensored version? Dragon. No, that's just a bunch of guns. That's fine. Listen, tons of guns is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I don't think it's what's it called? I think it's probably America's favorite card. Sure, I'd say that. I know nothing about America's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card. Yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't make sense at all. It's about right at where the knees are, and they curve backwards a little bit around the thighs. So I probably shouldn't be doing the way that I'm doing. But they got long legs, so we're just gonna extend that down, not worry about it too much. I feel like I'm giving them like a mini fucking skirt. This dress comes down to the knees, or is supposed to come down to the knees. I do like it shorter, but also I'm basically showing their panties. I don't know if they wear panties, but guy who used it in the anime is All American. Absolutely. They even erased the chambers from the guns? What? Hold on. Real Dragon censored. What? Hold on. I used to think that Toon World was such an OP card. Now I'm like, this isn't fucking good for shit. I love this fucking card. This card is so fucking stupid. Hold on, I'm putting this in the Discord chat. It's so fucking dumb. People do like... Alright. Look at this gun. This card is just a fucking... They just tied a gun with a chain. You're gonna have to find how they censored Barrel Dragon. Is that, wait, hold on, is that it? It just makes the guns really colorful, apparently. Which I think is personally an improvement, I'm not gonna lie. I like the censored version more, low-key. Because the censored version is on the right. I thought that was the original one, right? Because it's so colorful and cool. I was like, damn, that's a great spot for holographics and shit. I think this is one of those censorships that really cuts. Man-Eater Bug was fucking great. It was so fucking funny to just give paranoia to every single person when you put the card face down. Need my life rounds? Alright, we should probably make the skirt the appropriate length. Guys are ancient. They are fairly old, I guess. I think that's the fun part about Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been going on so far. Hey, how's it going, Diavola? Yes, the Moondang thumbnail I think is baiting lots of people in. That was one of my favorite inkings. That's when I just got my pen. I did that Moondang drawing because my boss gifted me a not a fancy fountain pen, but a very nice fountain pen in my opinion. Something that I uniquely, I feel, am more prone to. I think a lot of people prefer like the really fancy fountain pens. I have like silver and decals and ivory and everything. I'm like, I just want something really functional. That's just kind of my own personality of like what fits in my desires. That's some nostalgia. What, the man-eater bug and Muka Muka were legit fire. Wait, I don't remember Muka Muka. It's the baits? I've been bamboozled yet again by the internet. Oh, the unfair cruelty. Well, because I'm not doing ink drawings right now, right? I'm doing some inking of stuff. We gotta do some more of this stuff. We're doing some Artfight Revenges today, so I'm just doing some thumbnails. So there's no me doing ink drawings of Moondang. There's just me doing drawings of other things. I can't remember Muka Muka. Mirror Force face down. Set Matt Eager and end my turn. Sounds like you're OG. Let me see. Muka Muka. Oh wait, I remember Muka Muka. Hold on. It sounds familiar as hell. Yes! Fuck that guy. It's so ugly. Ugh. It's such a fucking broken card too with Cypher builds where you can just like add as many cards as you want. And then this thing is just like fucking unkillable. What was it? What was the card that I really liked? The one that Chumley uses. Chumley deck. Yu-Gi-Oh? That's the Kangaroos. I do like the marsupials, but that's not the one that I'm thinking of. What's the big cloud guy? PGX Cloud. What is it? Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Moki? No. Moki Moki? I think so. Yes! The Moki Moki King! Let's go! That's so good. I love the Mokis. They're so fun. Yeah, M-O-K-E-Y. So Moki Moki. Fantastic card. Hey, how's it going, Rob? We're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Really top tier. It's just fucking a cube with some like perspective. But I don't know if it's still yeah, it is Takahashi. The way Takahashi does the drawing on it, it's just he's got such really good bounce light, he's got fantastic gradients going. Like, it's fantastic. I don't know if they drew the clouds or they used the like a background cloud picture. I don't know if it really matters. But it just fits so well. Moki Moki deck. See if he gives me a picture of it. Yes, here we go. It's all the Moki Moki cards. The Moki Moki deck only has a couple of Moki Mokis. Insane. But yeah, they have the same kind of design as Karibo, which I think is they didn't show up a ton. But the Moki Moki King is really good when you think of like if you want to start like getting really good at drawing, right, and painting, really try to copy artists when they do really simple designs, but render them really high level, right? Because that way you get to see someone applying a whole bunch of different waves in something that is viable, right? Because there's a big block in our brain that says, oh, learning these things is hard and putting it on a cube is pointless because it's not going to make anything like worth anything, right? I can't sell it to anybody. So when you go look at these really famous and popular artists, and when they have, especially character designers, they get away with such simple designs. And sometimes, like for example, Takahashi's case, the monsters are really well rendered, right? And I don't mean just like well rendered as in it, oh, it looks like it's something super high polished, like it's gonna shine the reflection of the sun or whatever, but something that takes all the principles of lighting and color into account, right? Local color, ambient lighting, right? Bounce light, ambient diffusion, what's it called? Highlights, spectral, like accents, like those are fantastic examples. Highly recommend. As much as you can, if you want to like learn something and justify it to yourself, like, oh, well, this person sold 1 million fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards because the cloud design is just really nice. The Ojamas were so fucking weird. I love that they got their own spirit like voices and they could talk because they were just so fucked. Who did the Ojamas? Was that wasn't a whose deck was the Ojamas in? The Ojama King. I remember I had the yellow Ojama and I hated it so much. But similar thing, you can take a look in here and there's like cast shadows, there's ambient occlusion, there's like spectral light, there's texture. The obelisk kid. Oh, the guy who thought it was all that. Mecha Ojama King. Ojama Red is new. I didn't see this one. Oh, they're all sharing a Speedo. I don't like that. What was Ojama Black's ability? What is the ability for the Ojama King? Chaz? Yeah, that's his name, Chaz. Right. Oh my god. They're so fucked, dude. Chaz is such a good name for the character. GX with Cyber Dragons? Did GX have Cyber Dragons? I thought the GX were the Crystal Dragons. They might have had that though. I'm not gonna lie. They might have had that. Like I said, I watched some of it, but mostly I played the Game Boy game that came out with it. Jesse Anderson for the Crystal Beast. Cyber Dragons for Zane Truesdale. Zane doesn't sound like a GX thing, though. Zane sounds like a motorcycle thing. The timelines of reels, but Cyber Dragons, Zane Parakeet back in the days. That sounds about right. Yu-Gi-Oh had a really bad parakeet problem, for sure. Cyrus is friend of Jaden. Oh, is that the younger friend? Because Chumley is the bigger one. And Cyrus is wait, no, Cyrus is in Raw, right? He's the black-haired one. I mean, does only one person can play the same card? No, people can have multiple cards. It's just cards are a lot rarer, I think. So, like, for example, Chaz has an Ojama deck. So he's built his deck around the Ojamas. People tend to not use Ojamas. But characters like Karibo or fucking Big Head, Big Shield Guard, more common cards, right? So you probably wouldn't see someone use the same types of cards, or like the meta type of card, right? Like no one really used Karibo outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Yugi, but you would occasionally get somebody doing like an evil Karibo deck or something to show how evil that they were. That was fun. They were so evil they used an evil Karibo deck. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this, guys? I'm hearing it's an evil Karibo deck. Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't play pot when it's not banned? Exactly. I like Jar of Greed more, but they never showed Jar of Greed except for like one time. It's like Jar of Greed is just objectively better. But I think that was kind of the point. What is the dog doing? Oh, he's scratching himself. Little guy. Classic spring bait. Isn't Jar of Greed like draw 3 cards and Pot of Greed is draw 2 cards? Jar of Greed's like draw 3 cards, put 1 back in the deck, right? Is Jar of Greed 1 card? What the hell? What? That's the yellow one, right? Jar of Greed. Oh, it's a trap card. What? What's the one that I'm thinking of? Oh, there's a different one. The jar collection. Shard of Greed sounds cool as hell. That's funny. If the player activates Pot of Greed, they can draw one more card. Jar Turtle. But also these jars are so good as far as like the art goes. Like what? Are you insane? The Pot of Desire is the secondary one. And their whole like set of cards. Goblin of Greed, Zombie Goblin Nose. Critically lost 20%. Thinking Magical Mallet? Am I thinking Magical Mallet? Magical Mallets. Mallet Yu-Gi-Oh! Add any number of cards to your hand to the deck and shuffle it, then draw the same number of cards you added to the deck. Yeah, it's a fairly similar thing. I might also be thinking of, what's another card game that I played, started recently? Because it has there's a similar effect to that. Maybe it's been a while since I played. I might be thinking, no, that's Balatro is the most recent card game I played. You know what? I'm thinking of Slay the Spire because I have been doing Slay the Spire on my phone recently. I think one of the cards is draw 3 cards, return 1, or draw 2 cards, or something like that. Okay, cool. Took care of almost everything. I think I definitely want this to be a little bit more forward. Yeah, that gives it a little bit more of a shape that I want. We'll see. I'm on the fence about that one. Draw 2, return 1. Perhaps. Perhaps. Quite possibly. I'm sorry, before I do this, I gotta do something about this hole because it's bothering me. And I think I can put something like this in there. And then additionally, I want them to be more frowny. Yeah, there we go. Very serious. Very serious character. Time's up? What do you mean time's up? Fortunately still less than Pot of Greeds too. Yeah. Time is up for what? Thumbnails? We still have 2 more thumbnails I want to draw. No, nonsense. We still got time. Got like 2 more hours. Look at all the time we got. Wow. Has been 2 hours. You're right. We're gonna go like faster with this one. Cool. So I want it to go well with oh shoot, I can't use the tall one because it's way too much. I'm trying to do something that is torso up only. A lot of people were, my friends especially, were also doing Pokemon trading card games because of the app that came out. They've mostly gotten off of it now though. I want the full. I want the Coca-Cola limelight. I want the Coca-Cola limelight. Fantastic. I insta rage quit. Spent 20 packs on the Lunala deck, got 0 copies. Yep. This is why gambling is bad, children. Don't do gambling. What am I thinking of doing here? Because this would be way more forward, I think. And this arm would be much closer to the chest. I don't mind what I have so far. I never met someone that just played the game. It was always just people collect. TCG card fan base. You guys knew that people played Pokemon card games that just collect card. I played the game because they have an official PC version, right? You can play in the browser. It's very good. So I thought it was fun. But I never set anybody on it. All my Pokemon cards are straight up just I got from my cousins in binders and stuff. Also, oh, we should do that. I want to do that one time. So I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't know how emulation works on Twitch. But I want to play the original Pokemon trading card game for the Game Boy Color. Because I'm fucking ass at it. But, oh, ooh, my elbow, ooh, ow. But I have it for my Game Boy Color. Unfortunately, I don't have any way to upload that, right? So I want to see if I can do like a stream of the original Pokemon trading card game. Because the music, number one, it fucking slaps. Am I allowed to play? I'm probably allowed to play it, right? The music, hold on. Yes, here we go. The rest is me. No! Here it comes. Bam ba da ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Such a good original soundtrack. It's like, it's fantastic, right? And especially for like the old console stuff, right? Bum bum bum. Deposit. No! I don't know if I'm allowed to stream emulator games though. Because I don't mind. I don't mind the Pokemon has really fucking awesome original soundtracks. They really can't miss. But that's okay. Somebody's gotta be carrying that company. Cause Lord knows it's not the CG artists. Or the environment artists. This is just the title theme too. Damn. It's so good. Da 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 da. I love it. It's so good, so good. And I never beat the original game. I only ever beat like 1 or 2 gyms. And I suck so hard. People play Nuzlocke? I don't know if I'll take a look at it. Can you stream stream emulated games. It's never contested or questioned. Okay. Oops, wrong one. Alright, anyway, I can't play that forever because I'm sure even if the game is allowed, the soundtrack is going to cause a problem. I got an alert here. From what though? Same hype, less stress. Ticket payments start as low as $37.25 with the payment plan. Wow, that's to get a TwitchCon. I am not doing the fucking payment plan for a goddamn TwitchCon ticket. I'm sorry, but if I need a payment plan to get a TwitchCon ticket, I'm not a big enough Twitch streamer to go to TwitchCon. But yeah, I think that probably one of my favorites games for music has to go to the original trading card game. It just has so many good earworms. This is like 10 years later and I'm still fucking singing the soundtrack. And that's not to say that like I got the game 10 years ago. I got the game like 20 years ago, right? And I went back and played it again 10 years ago and I'm still fucking hype over the soundtrack. Fantastic. Don't bet an eye. I heard Nintendo is quite lenient in that regard. Really? Second thumbnail so if I can get... You like it? Okay, cool. We're still working on some thumbnails because I don't know how to stop. Even though Twitch is, or Kit has begged me, pleaded on their life. Please cease. I'm like, no, I must draw more thumbnails. Hey, everybody. On my knees right now. I don't consider myself an expert and probably can't do 100% justice. I'm not American or UK? What? Red question. Oh, okay. Listen, am I gonna have to do like a whole how to make sourdough bread tutorial for you guys to... I'm getting like TikTok. I don't even have the app. Missed a call from my mom? What? Hold on. Nothing on Discord. So no, that's from earlier. Never mind. But please draw it. You're telling me I'm taking forever to draw and animate stuff, and you're like, please draw the bread tutorial. Okay, what is the deal with Ranma 1/2? It's like, how does Ranma switch between the two? My training arc? What bread would you combine with camembert? Oh, interesting. I'm guessing you'd want a seedy, nutty flavor? Because camembert is pretty creamy and soft, right? So you maybe like, what is it called? A seed grain? What's it called? Shoot, I don't get these types of bread. Training arc. Oh, water they changed. Oh, that makes, okay, because someone sent like a really funny meme. Here, I'll put it in the Discord. I don't know if that's like a shine or if that's like something else. I think that is just a shine. Because Bridget also has it. I should have the character reference sheet up so that I can see it. Hi, baby boy. How are you? Chat is cooked again? Not again. Man. No, chat's right there. What are you talking about? I guess it just refreshed. You just gotta complain about it and then it fixes itself. Test 2. I'm a big rye fan. I always give pumpernickel as an answer. Most people, it's too much black bread. Land on the Paderborner style. Close second, and Schwarzwälder style is great too. Bread toast tastes well with it as well. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for the face here. Hi, how's it going, baby? How are you? Are you doing okay? You're doing fine. Cheer, you're doing fine. Yes, you are. We were supposed to do Reddit stuff today also, but slowly that has not become a viable option. And I think maybe it should be Kit's fault. No, I'm just kidding. It's entirely my fault. But no, we have to do something else. Very true, very true. Excellent point to bring up, Kit. We do have to do something else. Lane bread is a mix of rye, wheat, so it's a lot softer transition between toast and bread, especially Schwarzwälder is it's like 4-to-1 wheat mix. Oh, interesting. Land bread. So what makes it toast? Is it just like the use of white flour? Buttered bonan is a mix of 2.5-to-1. Interesting. That's still too close. Toast is toast when it's toast shape. I can't explain it. So if I take rye and make it into toast shape, then it is toasted rye. We have too much of the cheek coming through here. This does hide a lot of like the black lipstick and the goth aesthetics. I don't know if I actually want to go with this one. Yeah, Hades time. Pretty much. I mean, there's Ritos too. Okay. The style is called Bun Brot or Landbrot. Okay. Okay, I say I finish this last thumbnail. And then we go on to doing Reddit stuff. So I should have done that ages ago. And we're almost to the end, so I think it'd be a good place to do it. What do? They smoke? I feel like they would smoke. They like partying? Like sweets. Still making thumbnails even though he already made the perfect one. You guys like this one? You guys are just a bunch of simps. Logged onto Reddit. I don't know what I'm doing with that. The skirt on, right? I think the neck's too long, but that's something I'm not too worried about. But I'm worried about vibe. I don't know, I'm kind of getting sold on this middle one. I feel like it. I think maybe I just change the angle slightly. So I might do another thumbnail for that. But for now, we'll do Reddit stuff. Where in the thumbnail process do you think about background? Do you count for a background when sketching out a thumbnail? So, because I'm not worried about a background in this one, I'm not even thinking about it. When I was doing the Bumble one, I was thinking about it from the beginning. So, I'm bring this one up again. Notice how all of them, with the exception of like these two down here, they have an intense focus on the background. Because the environment was very important as far as like how I was gonna get the lighting, how I was gonna do everything. People like pizza and pasta and get a stroke if you show them American pizza. Hypothetically speaking. So much of how the character is going to be portrayed and how they're going to like react or interact in the world has to do with the environment, that you should be thinking about it from the beginning, right? Big blocky clouds and shapes, right, became the vibe for the first one. I was thinking I want something dark, so I was going to mostly dark background, stuff like that. The one after that, I was thinking, you know, I really want to do some shapes for them clambering around, right? Like a jumping thing, and then it makes sense for them to be moving around. The one with the running, I was more interested in capturing the gesture of the character. The background doesn't matter, right? The background would just distract from the gesture of the character. The middle one, same thing, kind of the same vibe as the top one and the left one, where I really wanted to showcase the character in like a position of smallness for the environment, how they were going to get lit and everything. And then for the last one, I just wanted to draw a big cow, and everything else kind of detracts from being able to draw a big cow. Not every character needs a background, right? If you're not going to do a background, do not do it, right? Because it just makes everything harder to read, and then you're gonna have a thumbnail of a character that's too small, right? Because I'm more interested in this one, finding the character pose and the dynamicism and being able to showcase the character. I really wanted to just bring the camera much closer, right? Because if I'm bringing the camera much closer, I have the character taking up the 70% of the room, right? Which means that there's less space for the background. It just becomes a muddy, jumbled mess. So I'm just thinking about background color, black or white sort of a deal, dark value, whatever. But yeah, that takes care of the thumbnails. I think I'm probably gonna go with this one in the third one, because I like the first one a lot, and the second one's standard. Y'all like it a lot more than I do. But yeah. Let's open up Reddit and we can have people help me. Okay, so this is Reddit that is visible only because you do not think you can see. Now it is visible and everyone can see. And hide the reference, it's just not important right now. Second thumbnail slander. It is kind of just like, you see it all the time, right? Like, someone learns how to do perspective, they do an upshot. And it's not bad by any means, but the secondary thing is this person drew a like bust shot of Roxanne, and I'm trying to do things in kind in return, right? So they have colors, minimal shading, and a bust shot with a patterned background. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Bust shots, simple colors, stuff like that, you know? But in the meantime, we have the Reddit. You guys are gonna help me. It's help Sprung find a commission time. What's the first website that the art mentor said? I have forgotten. Reddit is a dangerous place to be. D&D subreddits. I feel like they gave specific ones. There was one for... I guess that's fair. Hold on. Which ones did they do? I think it was like D&D commissioned art or something, right? Luckily, I just sent it to my mom. Oh, I thought there was a message here. Guess there wasn't.
Do you ever wish that...
We're gonna meet that. The best place for art commissions, they're saying, is, I believe, it was Reddit's. No, it was DeviantArt, actually. Can I go to my DeviantArt page? I don't think I can. And the second best place was subreddits. It doesn't show me what subreddit necessarily. I'm very dumb. So it looks like art commission, right? Maybe question mark? r/art commission. r/furry. I can't go to r/furry. I'll get banned off of Twitch. Okay, so r/ starving artist. Oh, for hire. Okay. I guess we should put a post here, right? I really want to unclick on this. But I feel like that's a bad idea on Twitch. Hold on, let me hide this really quick. That's not too bad. For higher commissions open. That's how do I rehide it? Is there a way I can rehide? Nope. Okay, well, it sort of did it. Okay, cool. I had a free client pay me 5 times my asking price. Genuinely the most generous people I've ever met. Like, I'm down, right? Yo, this guy looks sick. You guys should hire them instead of me. I guess I should make a post here, right? D&D character in a dress. I could probably do this one. They already have 83 comments. Jesus Christ. I feel like this is not the best place for me to be right now. Aw, look at this. This is lovely. So good. What a good baby. They're so cute. Look at all the little doggies. Oh my god, look at them. Sort by new. All right, I'm not on the thing. Okay. Fine. New. What? They do scenery design? That's cool. How do they do that? This is some really good gesture work right here. Really cool. I really like this one because it's like they have all these muted colors here. And if you cover up the top half, it looks kind of plain. But then once you see that, there's contrast. It adds so much more depth to it. I want to know how this one's done. I think these are some, not opacity brushes, some multiply layer brushes or something. Because they're kind of going over this one. So I'm thinking that's what's going on. So they probably just have either a multiply with an erase, or they have just an add glow layer and they're putting it on top of this. And then down here they're erasing out, or they're doing something else. This one's just really good brushwork right here. That's so good. Man, I gotta do something like this. I gotta do some environment work for sure. Okay, cool. Thanks. For hire, I feel like most of them are gonna be for hire, right? Definitely. Wow, what? Look at this. This is awesome. I love the ambient lights for the green. It's really good. This is sick. Good posing, good use of color and form to differentiate between the legs. The design on the fucking pant legs for the ramen noodles is sick. To stop making my sandwich to look at the dog pics. It was worth it. Very good. This is awesome. I like this. They have the nice blending of colors here. So interestingly enough, they only really use this slight highlight here. So they're very reserved with their color picking as far as saturation goes. Everything stays kind of in this cell shaded depth sort of thing. Ambient lighting. Yo, here's the jury one. Of course. Really good muscle work here for the anatomy. They do a good job of showing the bicep and the tricep behind. And of course, they got the nice shading in the back. I always draw the rib cage too big. I think that's my big flaw. So I think they do a really good job here using the right size rib cage so that the hips can actually go outwards. All right. I don't think I'm ever going to get a commission here because the people that are for hire are way cheaper than I could ever do, right? Oh, this is really fucking funny. What the hell? This is awesome. Crash Bandicoot stuff. Very nice. This is great. Fantastic work. You do a really good job of breaking down the forms here. I think I would get way too caught up in making the delts be the right angle, and they do just a great job of simplifying it down and moving on. Which I would not have done. Which is why I'm not doing these things. It's the same thing I see with Joffy a lot, is they do great stuff. Cause sprung advertisement, yeah, right. I know y'all are broke. I'm broke too. But no, they have really good shape design as far as simplification of forms. That's what Drawfee is also really good at. They have a lot of good artists that just start drawing and they have a lot of really good line control and shape design. So I don't know if I'd go, hold on. You gotta turn off, you gotta hide it from the children. Let's see. That one's just blood. That one's also just blood. That one is straight up just someone getting wrecked in their hole. Wow, nice. The last one is just... It was censored though, so I'd probably be able to put it here. That's always fun. Starting at $40? $40? Are you kidding me, man? For this level of cell shading? That's insane. Really good line work too. I can see how they could make it work as far as speed for $5. But they've got really good volumes if they're making it that fast. That's insane. Good job. It makes sense. I know some people are really good with their line weights and stuff. Bam, they do this in one pass and then they... Oops, that's not the right one. They do this in one pass and then they add the colors right underneath it. Let's see, what else? For hire. Whoa, pixel animation? What? That's sick. Does the other one land on the other? It does. I got things going in the background. But look at how insane this little planet is. I want to do pixel animation stuff. How do I do pixels? I want to do pixel art. That looks fun. Stream has ended. This one's fun. I should do so Spooky has a end of stream. Like they click a button and it plays like a video. And it just kind of they go off stream. Yo, look at all these effects. This is fun. This is like straight up out of what's it called? Old early PC gaming sort of animations. It's hard to look at all of them at the same time. I like the gem. The gem just shatters. What's down here? I didn't get to see this one. Piggy bank. Oh no, it's the piggy bank. Shatter, lock on. This is so good. What I often have, I like just the sketches of the final drawings a lot more. That might just mean that there's some disconnect between what you can see in your brain, right? And then going on to like colors or renders or whatever, you start to lose the form that you had in your brain that you could see with simple stuff. Because your brain likes to fill in details, right? So if you have something that looks kind of like a box and you have like a really sketchy sketch and you try to like line it, you find you don't actually know where the edges of the box would be. Oftentimes perspective practice can help with that, but that's not like a fix all. So it depends. There's the pet artist again. But yeah, it's just a whole bunch of for hire stuff. Is that Grogu? The hell? This is gonna be spicy. I think it's mostly pinups. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Gcash. What is Gcash? Is Gcash not PayPal? Can I get away from MasterCard? MasterCard is recently what's it called? MasterCard has recently blocked Steam from doing adult games, right? Or Steam is now banning certain adult games because they have incest or whatever. What? Check out this. What the hell? I'm looking at the colors here. That's pattern design. That's insane. I like the magical effects there. It's fun. Nice. I do like the mech parts for this character. They're a lot of fun. Good forms too. They did a really good job of rendering edges and stuff. Who can mimic the art style for my Illuminati playing card? Is the original Twix girls? Twink Club? Twinks? That's really nice. Very cartoony. I like it. It's definitely stylized. It's very good stylization. There's just not much to say because it's what you'd see from anything else. Very human artist. Blah 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 blah. Alright, this isn't working. I gotta go. Winks. Winks, not Twinks. Of course. Not Twinks. Character, creatures, monsters, environments, and so much more. How am I going to compete with this? Look at the rendering level on the skin. That's insane. Really good. Really good skin job. That sounds perverted for some reason, but it's not. It's just talking about how good of a job they did on their skin. Yo, look at this. The black and white values on this go crazy hard. Fantastic value structure here, let me tell you. I gotta incorporate more of this stuff. More dramatic lighting. Nope. Look at that guy. I think they may have either recently gotten their new rendering for the skin, or maybe they are better with human skin than they are with more monstrous characters. I think it's got to be like a new edition thing, right? So this person is a great example of someone who has gotten really good at art really fast, and they don't have a lot of portfolio pieces that kind of match, right? So they have some interesting rendering styles that they're kind of blending together. And they're putting those at the end, but they're putting their most recent projects, I think, towards the front. Because it looks like there's a much more sophisticated idea of how light is interacting with the objects. So it's great. I don't know what Winx is about. The music slaps and my sis has a Winx junkie. Was a Winx junkie? I think it's like, it's high school, but you're fairies. Not furries, fairies, right? And so they can turn into like fairies and fight the evil, the forces of darkness or whatever. Let's find out what this is. They don't have it for hire, so I'm wondering if it'll be any good. Okay, just someone in a bust. That's naked. It's very naked. Felicia the cat, cool. Also very naked, but with a sword. That's pretty cool. Not fully naked. Emma Frost, nice, nice. That's naked. Naked. Lots of tits. Alright, cool. That one's awesome. They got a Dillahan with like the hair out. Their head is off, their tits are out. Let's fucking go. And that's naked. Nice. I gotta hide this though, because all of them are not safe to show on stream. Okay, cool. Ooh. This one looks nice. Why was I on Reddit again? Wait, hold on. Go back. What the hell? This is a really good, like, artistic piece. Also really fun. They like a lot of, like, repetition humor in their work. That's fun. Not safe for extreme at when? It can't be on Twitch. It's on Pixel. Usually it's on... I might do them on the weekends, right? It'll have to depend. Probably after Artfight, right? Or when I have a what's it called? I need to find a way to maybe I'll get like a different version of OBS or something so that I can stream to both places, but one of them has a filter over it. So people are just talking to me. And it's just like, listen, we're doing porn today, but you can watch the porn over here. Let's go ahead and just hide Magma for the moment. Not Magma, get it? See what they're doing here. This one's not bad. This one's also not bad. Yo, they got sick legs though. It's not bad either. Okay, this one's fine. This one, I can share this one. This one's cool. Patch the green screen glitch. Is there a green screen glitch? What? How did I do that? So what I really liked was this character right here. They have awesome robot parts going on. Fun stuff. This one's also like a Nier Automata thing. Aw, but this is like an AI thing, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I could tell immediately from looking at this. Sprung, you don't have to compete with these people. You have to find people that like your art style and are not broke. No, that's true. It's 100%. I was just following the instructions from what's it called? The art mentor, right? Did I post the video? I think I just posted it. I shared it with Kit. But this is the video's instructions that I'm following to try and find the places where people can do stuff, right? Because the problem isn't that I'm competing with them. The problem is I'm trying to see how many people are actually hiring people, right? And thus far, it does not seem like this is a good place to go to get hired. Some of them have some really good stuff. Like this one has really good backgrounds, right? I'm not as good with backgrounds yet, especially like with the varied backgrounds as far as like land and sea. I have to do like some time on that, so it'd be really expensive because I'd have to upfront the charge to do that. There's some good backgrounds here. I think this one might be a little bit cluttered from like my perspective. If I had done this piece, right? I think maybe I wouldn't have done the background like this. It feels a bit like we're competing with the main form, right? I wish that this was a lot cleaner, and I think that's why they have the yellow light in the background, is so that we can have some value contrast between these. But there's just so many small shapes that kind of get in the way and distract. This is just me personally looking at it. This person has a fantastic job of like rendering, and their detail work is amazing. Look at that. The line work is so cool. And their effects for gold are also pretty good. Very well nuanced because they know how to find the right place to do that. And they're not like... So they have a good render practice for gold. And they're using it in a lot of places. But, you know, it's always good to look at things like, how would you approach this, right? And this is that, I don't know, Daryl Works is probably a fantastic artist. They are a fantastic artist. Look at that. They got so many people to follow them. It's insane. Ooh, for hire. Interesting. Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh, these are old Japanese style. That's Luffy. Interesting. Some Gundam stuff. Okay. I don't recognize that one. That one just has tits. This is actually incredibly safe for work. And I want to show it because this is so fucking cool. They did Luffy in the style of Japanese template stuff. That's really funny. This like big orb. I know what it is, right? But it's like a sun sort of a thing, right? It's like an Akami. It's really cool. Yo, this is sick. Nice. There's some awesome stuff work right here, especially. Very good design, very good character work, really good use of colors, right? I think they do, like, looking at my side screen where I have it, they have some fantastic thumbnails. So they get some really good shape design, especially from like silhouettes. I think this one is done on purpose to obscure so that you can have the characters. And I think this is Silas from Love and Deep Space, correct? Paint like that. Like this one? Or the Japanese style? I wasn't paying attention. This one goes, whoa! Reading the remaining title. What do you mean? This one's really awesome. The silhouette here is fucking wild. It's true, it's true. I do mostly... I can't say I do mostly not safe work, when for the last 4 months I've done just safe work stuff. But I do a lot of not safe work stuff. Historically. This is insane. You can't be charging these prices. They're always gonna get hired to do this much. if they're just doing that. I can't imagine that it would boost their confidence a ton. Because this is some beautiful color work. They can't be charging 20 bucks for something like this. What is it? For a bust shot? 18 bucks. That's crazy. I hope they live in a part of the world where this is a lot of money to them. Because the colors here are beautiful. This reminds me of some like really like 1940s Americana sort of colors, and it is really frustrating, especially for ones like this where they have like a really innovative and wait, hold on. Why is that finger doing that thing? I think they just got weird finger. Like they didn't have the anatomy on it. But they have such really good use of like lost contours. The colors for the 7th time just like blend into each other so beautifully, despite there being like a lot of complementary colors. Because the primary colors for this piece are blue and orange, right? We have a lot of orangish in the tan colors, and they're both very, not desaturated, but very pastel in color. And so they do a good job of adding a lot of contrast, and they blend in, they do a good job of blending them into each other without getting muddy. The only times they get a little bit muddy are kind of like the fingertips. Do you think that might be on purpose to make them stand out? It's hard to tell. I can never judge someone's intention versus how something comes out. I highly recommend, if you're watching the stream, to just like look at it from really far away, because the colors in the thumbnail look so good. They do like using the soft brush a lot. Fantastic. I really hope that they pay more or charge more for stuff, because I think it's good. At the very least, I hope they live somewhere where it's cheap. Once it doesn't say where they're from. They only have 360 posts. They're not getting a lot of attention, probably because they're not really valuing themselves very much. That would be my guess, right? Yep. With a username like Jiwei, it's Jiwei, maybe? I'd assume that it's probably someone in like Far East country or something. Yo, these character designs are great. What? Fantastic silhouettes. They're trying to do the 80-20 thing. I like some more than I like others. That's where I'll leave that. Oh, this one does a great job with the 80-20. Oh, I like how it makes all the grass stuff pop. Awesome work. Anyway, like the last 8 hours has been like 2 people, I think, hiring. Actually, none of them are hiring. What? This one's so good. Look at the line work on this. I think they have an opacity on their brush. Really good stuff here. I think they have a really good shape design, because they're finding that highlight and it hits really hard every time. Yeah, this is beautiful. Beautiful line work on this one. What was it? What's the next one? What else am I supposed to go? I should probably go to DeviantArt, right? DeviantArt. I should probably have settings to not mature. This is the chat thing. This doesn't fucking work. I don't understand. Okay, how do I get to the forums from here? See, I do porn. Because all of it is fucking knocked out except for Zangief. Was the first Softland. Yeah. Here you go. This one's fun. I still need to finish this one. I only have the follow through for the thumbnails. This one's always good. This is my friend's beaver character for the D&D campaign we run. This one's hidden. This is the one that I'm gonna turn into stickers. If I turn these into stickers, would you guys buy them? Probably not this one, but these two. I want to do like some chroma on this, so it's a holographic sticker. Axel, hey, how's it going? The AI on DeviantArt is so bad, it's hard to find good, passionate artists there nowadays. Really? What are you looking for? I'm not looking for anything. I'm trying to see if I can maybe do some, post some places for commissions and stuff. I don't think it's that good. This one, okay, so this one is, oh yeah, here it is. So this is Cursed Child. Now that everyone's here, I can tell you about it. This I posted to Reddit, and the only comment I ever got was the horns are too big. And then, so this one, this is Blessed Child right afterwards. So I really like this one because it had the texture on the horns to give them that kind of like the felty appearance. I really like the way that came out. Face was kind of hard to capture, but I liked it in the end. How many people got hired because of that post that they're for hire? I guess that can happen more often than someone in search of people at the private market. That's true. But if that's the case, I should probably post on Friday for that one. So Starving Artist is maybe on Friday. I should do that. Thank you. I'm glad you like both of them. Want the hustle to filter out all the people while if people post their hire, get a better idea without interacting with them. That's also true. This E-Honda sketch. Some dog drawings. Hand studies. Probably shouldn't have posted those on here. Oh right, I forgot I have this squicker emote. Is it gonna play? I think I have to go back to it. I should probably add this one to the Discord, right? Because I did animate this. Horns are too small. Because I think if I post it now, right, to Starving Artists, what's gonna happen is that there's gonna be a million other people coming online and they're gonna post their own thing and then it's gonna get washed out by the time it gets to Friday when people start looking. I also love this fur ball also. This is fantastic. One of my favorites. Monkey See. I did this one charcoal on printer paper because I didn't have the money to buy anything else. Charcoal does not like to be on printer paper, let me tell you. What else we got here? What is this one? No, you can't do that one. My oyster mushrooms. I should add those in the meantime while I'm still working on the other ones. This one is great. I've used this emote on a couple of people. Monkey. And then, well, I actually have this recording somewhere with me doing an impression of Iago's voice. That L doesn't belong. That L sound, the tongue. Charcoal makes me cry. Charcoal's so much fun. Okay, so I think here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize about charcoal. And all you're doing is quite literally pushing and pulling onto the paper, right? So the way I see it, when you erase something, you bring it forward because you make it brighter, right? And when you add charcoal to it, you push it backwards, so you push it back. No, that's not a prototype of Robbie. That's actually a different robot character that a friend made for their animation project in France. Why am I getting fucking Fighting Game Zone, Adult Daycare, and Diaper Dreamers as recommended groups? What the hell? Is this button, right? Forums! There we go. Let's fucking go. Art-related, entertainment, art share, employment opportunities. Which is the one that I should go to again? It's this one. No. This one, hiring an artist, right? I think it might be the texture and the smearing, even though I have glove. See, that's your big first mistake, is using a glove, right? I know it's gonna sound really bad, but getting in there with your fingers makes it a lot more intuitive, at least at the start. And yes, it sucks to get rid of the charcoal afterwards, but if you apply dish soap to your hand before you put water, right? Dish soap to your hand before you put water, get it cleaned, like rub it around in there like you're washing your hands, and then you turn the water on and wash everything off, it all comes off first try. If your hands get a little bit wet, then you're screwed, because now the charcoal has bounded more to your oils on your skin than it has to the water, and it's there forever. You're never gonna get it off. It's gonna suck. Hiring an artist. Artists for hire is the one that I post stuff, right? Okay, let's read the forum posts before rules. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. What is it? Thread has been closed. Okay, forum policies, I guess? Oh, that's a new page. English only. Forum threads are meant to encourage discussion or community threads. Single question that has been answered. Refrain from initiating. Okay, so for this one, used for support with DeviantArt. Need help? Okay. Thread, be sure no thread in relevant category. Active thread covering the topic. I feel like these specifically don't apply to the artist one. Not appropriate for the forum category, as forums cannot be labeled as mature. Okay, cool. I guess. So the artists for hire. Let's take a look at this one and see what they're doing. Wow, that's really good. They have some good thumbnails here. Nice. Oh, what is this one? Wow, that's really cool. This one. Also really good painting. Very muted painting. One of those paintings that you'd think are like a person or a photograph. Especially in the thumbnail. Okay, what am I actually supposed to be doing? I got distracted immediately. So they kind of just post, hey, this is what you do. I need to find the art mentor's DeviantArt. Video thumbnails. Oh, I see. Hmm. 15, all that stuff. Whatever. Let's, I guess start a thread. Oh, is that the most recent? No, 3 days ago. 57 minutes. Sort by. $19 minutes ago, 57 minutes ago. Is this when they posted this one? I guess there's no way to sort by new? Is it? Is there a way to sort by thread? Hey, how's it going, baby boy? How are you? You're a little shaky, but you're alright. What's the matter? What's wrong, baby boy? What are you doing? Okay, I need to fucking start the thread, I guess. I guess happy green heart. Before I do this, I want to look at what they said to post.
Do you ever wish that you could...
Oops. You're gonna look at a bunch of posts and say, don't do these things. Hold on. I think I might actually need to have sound for this.
Then you're going to see next to that the latest reply. Now, also worth noting is all the way over to the right where it says popular threads in the job forums. All right.
No, that's not going to work for me.
Method of contact is going to be email. So my is the potential for which you will actually get contacted back. Now, the other thing that you want to check out as you're reading through this is that before you make a comment,
hey, what's wrong, buddy?
Sometimes they're going to ask you to put a little keyword in there just to make sure that they know.
This is something different, sort of a deal. Guess I'll put, do you have / need a portfolio? I guess I really do. All I really have that I like recently are, the one I did for you, the one I did for Bumble, for Black Tea, and then the one that I have for Zangief. I think those are the ones that are good showcases of stuff. So I guess I should just put character artist or commissions. No, I'm setting up for commissions here on DeviantArt. You need to organize the question mark? What? So I should just be able to grab. Was it stash, I think? Hi, baby boy. I know. I don't know why there's 2 of each one. Oh. Did it replace it? How does this work? And then I wanted to add another one. I feel like they should be side by side. Does that matter? Is it going to be side by side? Perhaps not. Hi, baby boy. How's it going? How are you? I know. I know. Buddy, believe me? I know. I know. And I guess I kind of want to add this one because I think it's good line art and it shows variation. Just like a sketch thing. I like it. Art. I'm really good at working from reference. And I'm happy to work with you to get to a product. You're happy with. Below are some examples of my character illustrations. Is that good? Should I order these in some way? Probably, maybe, I don't know. Below has 2 L's. Oh, it does have 2 L's. Bellow is a different word than below. You're not gonna add a super. Oh, I guess I could. Visions here on DeviantArt. Character illustrations. Let's see if it works. Is also allowed. I know, baby boy. I know. I know. I'm guessing Kit fell asleep, maybe. It's also allowed. Just trying to follow the TOS of the forums. Forums. Cool. Hi! Artist taking commissions. Sure. I know, baby boy. I know. Believe me, you might think this guy, he doesn't know. But really, I do know. He just sprung a minute. He's trying to afford your treats. It's straight up, little baby boy, you need food soon. Okay, submit thread. I guess. I should probably, I really don't like how it's organized. Why is it vertical? Is it because it's not in its own collection? What the hell? Oh, speaking of, I should probably move these into... Okay, delete these. No, I want to delete them, not... because they're extra. I guess I have to just do it like this. Delete. And... delete. I don't know if it gets rid of it everywhere. Hold on. Forums. No, that's here. I have to go all the way through. Being vertical is so funny. Don't make me feel like I'm old. Does that get rid of it from here? No, because I grabbed the other one. Okay, cool. Cool. This is still fine. I need to add this one. How do I do that? Okay, submit deviation. Oh, do I have to edit it some more? Hold on. Swarm render. Okay, no AI. I don't think it's mature. Tags, fan art. Original character, Artfight, digital arts. I don't fucking know. Artfight 2025. Demon. Listen, I wouldn't know how to do that either. Maybe it's gonna spread out automatically once you post it. Demon, devil. I do have my watermark in the bottom, so I'm not too worried. Swarm Mile? Character by hit. Rendered out for Artfight. Okay, I'm just gonna, yeah, put it in featured, sure, whatever. Advanced settings. I think this is where you find the character stuff. Oh, I don't want to allow that. Detail. Character. Swarm. See. Hi, baby. I know. I feel like it is... Kit would like it to do that. I know, baby boy. Cool. Submit. Stash again. We're gonna edit this one. It's a big world out there, little you. Artfight, digital art, original character, fan art, insects, I guess. E. Okay. What else? Environment, maybe? Environment. Cloud? I think that's a big one. People really like the cloud. It makes the piece feel so tall. I'm not gonna lie. What else? What are the good tags? Cartoon, I guess. Character design, digital painting. Take the original. Already has a watermark. Are so small. Such a big world, yet such small actions can lead to such a big change. Best cloud you ever laid that upon. I don't know about that, but I think that the subtle gradation does add a ton to it. I know, buddy, I know. Advanced settings. Add deviation detail, type, character, name, humble. And this one's kind of up to you. Do you want to allow the Creative Commons license? What the hell? I'll probably default to no. Maho, the Maho cam is just your shoulder. That's crazy. You got a big shoulder, buddy. Alright, we'll leave it at no. Documentation, I don't remember any of that shit. I don't care. Okay, submit. It's not here. Oh, that's I went to go to the stash storage. And then edit this one. Bunny girl. I think it's just bunny girl is fine. Anime girl, original character, sketch, anime drawing, line art, digital art. It's not really fan art of anything. Bunny girl. Bunny suits. Bunny ears. I don't have a watermark to add, I'll be honest. That created using AI tools is even an option, right? Because someone's gonna be like, oh yeah, I used AI tools. Can you even... How does that work? If you can't create using AI tools, but then no AI is also an option? I don't understand. Brain tools only, exactly. I just have the one brain tool, and that's the one I was telling you guys about. The one where I just see things in perspective, I guess. I guess it's frag. I don't have a problem with it, even though it's kind of strange being on an art site. Yeah, like, the problem I have, I think that Black Tea is getting up to is that created with AI tools kind of is the implication that someone can get away with like thinking that they're more than they are, I guess. Because realistically, it's really hard to use AI tools in a way that doesn't obstruct your vision of what you're doing completely. Because that thing will just make suggestions, and the human brain is really lazy, right? The human brain will take whatever it sees best. That's why thumbnails work so well, right? Is because thumbnails don't actually get you the best image. They just give you an option, and then you feel really good about your choice because you picked between some. Like, that's why thumbnails work so well. It's like people will say, oh, it does such a good job of showing you the best possible option that you could have got, and it's like, no, that's not true. You can do thumbnails forever, and eventually you'll come up with one that you like more. But you know, get a boner while generating NSF work art. If it can't get rock hard while drawing titties, I don't want it. Follower reward sketch. Funny girl or a girl that bumped her head. And then there's nothing else I need to do for this one. I think I'm gonna allow people to download that one because I don't care too much. It's my own creation. Yippee! I have 2 alerts. Oh nice, I got a new watcher. The Watcher in the Water. Christian Ui added Zoram Render to their favorites. Nice. Cool. Alright, I don't really know. I guess we can go to the forums and look at the other one. Strange quality control process. But by gosh, does it work? Character portraits. Let's take a look. Do they have reference? Looking for an artist to do artwork for my Witcher character. She's a female mage. Go. Latest reply 28 minutes ago. 4 replies. Potential for repeat work. Do they have any information? Multiple sketches done. Personally anywhere to 8 or 10. Promotions for my book. Be 2 main characters of the book series. Do they have a budget? Hints of a background. I've included some rough references. Processed in the characters. How much you would charge for each sketch. Single image to begin with. Let's take a look at what they're going to need. I will not support Imager. I don't fucking like Imager. I don't have a ton of an idea of what they actually want. This doesn't really give me an idea of like the quality or whatever. Include a link to some rough references to the sort of images if we proceed. More detailed character scenes. Montages of their growing friendship. Strange quality, all the unique ArtStation. Man, I hope there's not a ton of Unix on ArtStation. I feel like there probably is, maybe. Hiring an artist. This is the one. There's a lot from, oh, these people, this is the person replying to it, right? 85 replies, that's a lot. That's Blue Ocean. Feral character design. That's a lot of people replying 5 hours ago? God damn. 10 D&D half bodies. Of course that's gonna get a lot. That makes sense. 6 days ago, 6 days ago, 8 days ago, 5 hours ago. Animators and sound artists for Haru Ichiban project. Animation demo of a fully animated board. Oh, it's like environmental artists. Okay, that's cool. Got a notification. Nice. Okay, my quality control checks. If you're human, not what boner by drawing ratio you have. Eunuchs and non-dick havers are welcome. Now let's not discredit the ability of non-dick havers to get an erection, because by God, some of them do. And let me tell you, sometimes you can tell. I know, baby boy. You can tell by their face they have an erection. Not Maho. Maho doesn't have an erection. Maho, I hope you don't have an erection. How are you feeling, though? He is a little bit spooked. A little bit spooky, yeah. That's okay, though. Okay, well, it is time to feed the baby boy. We've done one of the things that I needed to do instead of like the 10 things I probably should have done. Looking back on this, I'm still really liking this one the most. Don't get me wrong, I also really like this one, as I was telling Kit. This one has a really great, like, dynamic, and it looks better full on because you guys are looking at it very small. But it doesn't really fit the character, unfortunately. So I'll probably end up going with this one. I'll just do some of it. I'll probably change the head a little bit. So I might do another set of thumbnails for this one specifically, just because I want to draw a little bit more of that, whatever. Everything considered, the third one really hits the spots. Yeah, right? It has a really good play, I think, of like... Because again, this is, to bring up the reference one more time. Where's the reference? It's not the reference, there's the reference. Bring up the reference. I'm trying to match this one on the left. This is what they did for Roxanne, right? So look at how they massacred my girl. Said in the context of the fact that Artfight is people drawing great art for people. So an attack is someone drawing really nice art. Feeds up my angle hunger, right? The perspective is fun on that one for sure. And I think I need to bring this foot a little bit forward. But it's still, it's really nice. I think I need to make the angle more extreme. Like realistically, I think what I would want to do with this is to take it from here. And then, oh, this is still my other one, not the correct one. And then, like, make it more extreme. Like that. If I was to take this one and do it, I think I would do more of an extreme angle. And probably do this. I like the hair in the first one. Could be Medusa. Like, yeah, it has a lot of really good dynamicism, right? It just doesn't show off the character. It doesn't show enough of the character's design as far as like dress, interests, right? I could probably put like a really big ankh in the background or the cross symbol that they have in their reference. But it's like 0% the ability to actually show off the character. It's just a really cool in-between shot for an anime. Like, it would be kind of sad in hilarious conversation if you dropped that statement for someone you bought a commission and they are a eunuch. No. What? I don't think anyone can be a eunuch. I think it's illegal to be a eunuch, right? Like, it's illegal to perform that kind of... This is probably what I would go with, I'm not gonna lie. But I do have to match what how they did Roxanne. So not in every country, really. I thought because usually when you hear of eunuchs, you hear of it in like the context of castrati, which is a opera thing where they would remove the testicles of a younger boy that showed promise in opera, right? In choir, for example. And they would basically get full training and everything to be an opera singer for the rest of their life. But the practice has pretty much been out of favor since the like early 1900s. I think the last castrati died in 1950s-ish. Let me find out. When did the last castrati? Did the last castrati die? 1922. Okay. Alessandro Moreschi, who also, by the way, is a fantastic and accomplished singer. Alessandro Moreschi. But basically, they maintained an upper tenor voice for their entire life because that's how that works. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and it can happen through ancients than through medical reasons. Through true accidents and stuff like that. Fair enough. I feel like to be a eunuch, though, it has to be done with, like, the intent, right? Otherwise, you're just someone who was in a terrible accident. Same reason, like, you're not a castrato just because you don't have, you know, you didn't go through puberty. You're a castrato because you're selected for the role and then trained, right? Yeah, I could go either way, honestly. I think the third one's probably the best, though. I'm thinking about dropping the shoulder maybe a little bit or changing the angle at which we view them. So I do still need to do those thumbnails, but I will probably do those thumbnails later tonight after I fed the dog that is bothering me constantly for food. I don't think I'm doing anything later tonight, but I don't think I'll jump back onto stream. I'm gonna talk to the person that asked about what's it called? The commission stuff. See what I can get from them, because it looks like they want to do a not safe for work commission, like furry stuff. So I might do something with that. I don't know. I might, because I don't want to give up the time slot, right? I don't want to give up the time slot, but I also don't, like, I can't do not safe for work on Twitch. But it's such a good way for me to be productive. But I can't do not safe for work stuff. Sort of, there was somebody that's asking me on DeviantArt if I did commissions like 3 years ago. I don't really want to show their chat because I feel like that's an invasion of privacy. But they had asked, let me see here. It's so hard to get anywhere on this fucking website. They had asked if I do commissions in 2024, September. So July, I answered them, was like, hey, I just got onto whatever, and then asked about it. And they said, no problem. And I have their Discord now. They messaged me. So I'll be looking at that. But beyond that, I don't know what's going to happen, right? We'll see. I had another person ask me if I was doing commissions because they had book, right? They had, what's it called? A friend that was doing a book cover they want to do a commission for. So we'll see. Usually commercial work is way more. So maybe I can get, we'll see what the budget is, right? But I need to message them. I should probably go to... Can I go to forums? I don't think I can go to forums. Notes seem bad. Why do I have alerts on this? This thing is so fucking trash. There's the chats. I have no new chat requests. That's interesting, because it says I just got a chat request. How the fuck does this goddamn thing work? Okay, I'll just have to grab it from something else. Anyway, I think we're calling it here today because I need to water my dog and feed my plants and then go on a walk a little bit later. Get some food. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all sleep really well. See people like your art and commissions, not a different artist. It's not that. It's not that. Like, I never have a comparison issue, right? The comparison issue I was having on Reddit was not, look at all the artists. It was, man, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people buying art here. And when people are on a site offering themselves up for like $15, it really brings down the amount of people that are willing to pay more than $15, you know? Otherwise, I'm down to do like trade commissions and stuff like that. I'm just not gonna let somebody be like, can you do it for $15? No, get the hell out. Maho, I know you're right there. I can see you. But yes, like, I know exactly where I'm at. I'm just nervous about whether or not I'll be able to follow through on charging $200 for commission, right? Because there's some expectations that go along with charging $200 for a commission. One, that you're gonna finish it. Two, that it's gonna look good, right? And then the people who are gonna like want money back and stuff like that, being dicks and shit. And so I'm always worried about the worst possible outcome. Woke up for water. Welcome back for water. I posted the forum post on DeviantArt. We'll see how that goes. If that does anything, I don't think it's gonna do anything, honestly. But fish behavior. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for having the patience to stick with me an entire stream of doing thumbnails. Just 4 thumbnails, by the way. And then just chatting for the whole time. Now everyone's talking in parentheses. Oh. But yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. There's nothing different. We're not doing anything fun or different. I'm thinking about maybe doing what's it called? Stardew Valley for Friday. I haven't decided 100%, but probably that. We'll do Stardew Valley on Friday. Bye bye. Good night.